had to second guess myself and make sure I was not going to hit stop stream like I've done a couple times. Good morning, chat. Ah, so today is a little bit of a mixed bag. I slept kind of okay, but it's very dreary and rainy, so it's kind of putting me to sleep because there's no natural light coming in. So I'm going to be very mellow and sleepy today. The other reason it's kind of mixed is I'm not 100% sure if maintenance is coming up. We got a notice on our door yesterday that it said the 31st, so today, or the 3rd, Friday, that they would come in. And then there was another note scribbled on it that Friday we would have the pest services coming in to basically spray for like the bugs that had been coming in and stuff like that in the winter. So like, just closing off the entry points or wherever it may be. And I ran into our maintenance guy yesterday while doing laundry, and he was just like, "Oh yeah, we'll be up on Friday to do with the pest control to do that." And I was like, "Okay," but he mentioned nothing about the maintenance, so I don't know why it said the 31st, unless 31st was supposed to be the other repairs. I originally was going to wake my brother up just to sit out in the living room just in case maintenance came up, but one, they didn't come up until 1:30 to even check for the repairs last week, so I could have streamed. But I don't think he actually went to bed until like 4, maybe even 5 this morning. I don't know. He went to bed pretty late, so I'm gonna let him sleep. If he wakes up on his own, good for him. But I'm not gonna wake him up. But I do need to try to listen a little bit because I'll hear a knock. But because of my headset, I might not hear it. But they should just come in and do the maintenance. That's something they can do. They would just need to leave a note if I wasn't in the building. So don't know about that. We'll see. But I do know like 2 of the spots that I pointed out because when the building was settling in like the start of winter, it started to like form cracks in the wall, and it's like right in the corner of the walls, and it's on both sides. Okay. There's things in both of those corners. So if that is a repair that is happening today, obviously I'm gonna have to go move that stuff, but we'll see. There was no clear indicator that they were going to show up today. It said one date or another. So your guess is as good as mine. Take a sip of my coffee. So what's the plan for today? The first plan is to not have my wire that close to my coffee cup. Oh, I'm next to this. All right, I need to do this after I do my dailies. So, yay. Oh, that's the okay, yeah. I was like, what's this? That's the event. Okay. So yeah, I think for main account, we're still pre-farming for Lauma.
Add Astra.
I think one of the things that we're going to do is change over to getting the weapon mats with the 3 double drops. We need to go to Natlan because our artifact route won't be up, so we got to make sure we do this. Now, of course, as I've mentioned with the free-to-play account, it is going to be kind of slow goings for a lot of things. And that's just because in order to test damage and stuff like that, I do need Police C1. And in terms of like pulling and stuff like that, like I said, Escoffier would be excellent. Just to get some off-field cryo, she would 100% just be an upgrade to Charlotte. Ah! I am stuck on the lamp. I have to use a little bit of extra brain juice right now. But yeah, I'm still passively going for Escoffier. We hit 50 pity yesterday. And this is the last week for her. But we do have the reset tomorrow. So that's 5. That'll put us at 55. And then depending on what we can get in the theater, might get us to about 60. So, I mean, that's probably the best I can do without just spamming farming the Primo Gems. And again, I went from doing that for Nouvellette, and then, you know, Fleet Quest, unfortunately, you know, we lost the 50-50, and that forested all the farming for the original 50-50. And then I helped out in the final days. Because if I didn't, there was no way we were going to even get Clee. And that's kind of the funny thing. Like, I'm much happier with the free-to-play account because I have Clee, but you haven't really played her. I know I haven't. But just knowing I can just makes me happier about it. Because it wasn't like, when I got Eula originally, it was literally, like, I think only a couple days before the banner was gonna go away. And I do remember also, like, being like, this is around the time I would probably try to save and stuff like that. So this has to be the 5-star kind of situation because I needed Kazuha. Need is a strong word, but I'm not gonna deny that Kazuha was a big help on the free-to-play, especially early on. So I would say needed. I think I would say with my original statement. But the thing that actually I was thinking about it last night, and this is my freaking brain sometimes, man. And I know there's people out there, same thing. Like, you'll be awake enough, like you got up to go to the restroom or something like that, and then all of a sudden your brain is just like, hey, this is kind of an interesting thought, don't you think? And you're like, yeah, brain, that is. And then you kind of have a discussion with yourself in your head about said thing, and it's not allowing you to, like, actually sleep. And that kind of happened last night because I was like thinking about the free-to-play account, and I'm like, yeah, there's not going to be much I can really do. So me going into the free-to-play account quickly after playing Star Rail, and we're going to spend a little extra time on Star Rail today because we got to do Currency Wars. So that's going to take a hot minute. And I was like, I can't, like, really propel anything forward because I have to figure out what's best for the resources. And we got the Hexarai buffs for Klee, which is why Klee gets kind of the front and center of my attention when farming for stuff, because if for C1 really does make her pop off for what I have, that's going to be so amazing for the account. And I thought about it, I was like, huh, if the buffs for a chunk of the Favonius members are true, like Eula, then the account definitely changes. Whether that's for the better or not remains to be seen, right? Because I might not have the proper supports. I doubt that. But, because considering the fact I had most of her supports, I believe, originally, so. But, I was like, man, I'm kind of disappointed a little bit because, again, summoning Path, I had, Lauma and Columbina. Those are the big two that we're going for on the free-to-play, with passively going for Escoffier. Now, 2 of them really are just supports, off-field supports. Technically, Llama's that too, and it has nothing to do with playstyle or anything like that. Supports are different than main DPSs, and I wanted that different experience, right? But it's like, man, you're just pulling for the same characters across both accounts, because both accounts would go for Lauma at this point. And I thought about it and I was just like, huh, if the next wave of you okay, newbie? Um, the next wave of stuff turns out to be true with Eula and Kaya and all of that, then the free to play account still does the original goal I wanted, which was to have a little bit of a different play experience than my main. I wanted to experience different DPSs. And I'm also experiencing a different investment bracket, shall we say. Because it's low spender versus free to play. Let me tell you, free to play is a different beast. And I'm not going to discourage anybody from playing free to play at all. Like, free to play, like, the reason this game I think got popular because, you know, I'm not just counting COVID, is the fact that it was free. You're trapped inside, and what's that? You got,
Off to the freezer.
you know, cute anime girls, lovely husbandos, and I don't have to pay any money to even just see them? Like, with story? That's amazing! I love how the game, like, skipped on that. No, we're not gonna go fight the Dorito. So yeah, I think there is, you know, warrant to playing free to play and stuff like that. It's just harder than if you had a little bit of financial investment into the game. But even then, sometimes you can be a, you know, a mega whale and still struggle with something. Take a look at Star Rail for that one. Oof. So I'm crossing my fingers that those buffs are true, and I won't feel as bad with Eula being on the account, especially because she potentially can go C2, because I still haven't done Temper Thyself for her. But as for, like, other DPSs and stuff like that, unfortunately, like, I think because of the nature of free-to-play and stuff, you know, you have to keep a little bit more up to meta in terms of the content. So I need to pay attention to what looks good and what feels good. And those two things are not completely mutual. Because on paper and everything, and number-wise, and again, I wanted to do this team comp, Nefer. Nefer looks good. I love her design. Love that she has Ashru with her and her idols. I don't like the way she plays. I absolutely do not like the way Nefer plays. So I would not be happy if I went after Nefer.
You are not welcome here.
Mixed signals, boyo.
Like a lamb to the slaughter.
Stamina back.
Settle. A little of the...
I turned a little too fast. Okay. So yeah, I wouldn't pull for Nefer just because I don't like her gameplay. Did I miss something over here? No, it's Flower. Okay. But again, there's a couple pulls I have made, free to play account and my main, that kinda the same thing. So like Varesa was a big pull on the free to play account. It gave a lot of damage that we needed. Yeah, overall, like, it was a good solid pick. My husband could play Varesa just fine. Me, on the other hand, cannot. There is literally a clip of me in the trial for Veressa dying to fall damage. I don't remember what I got caught on. And I know I was surprised by it, but yeah.
Being skilled
It
at
was
something
silly,
doesn't make
but
it a
it's
hobby.
kind of the thing. Like, I struggle with timing and stuff for Veressa. And it's also the fact that I don't like plunge, which is why Cloud Retainer was a big mistake on my main. Just because I had C6 Gaming, I went,
Well, I'm on a guarantee. I might as well get Cloud Retainer.
I will credit Cloud Retainer a little bit though, because I was pulling on Zhao's banner the following patch, the second phase. And it was basically because I had everything for Zhao. And to this day, I still want Zhao. I don't mind doing the pogo stick thing. But that's plunge. It is plunge. But there's something about my Dragoon Ever-Loving Heart that doesn't mind that. But I can't stand plunge any other way. But my main account is different than free-to-play because I have characters on this account that can still clear. Nouvelette, yes, he's hyperly invested in, can actually still clear content when the content allows it. Because keep in mind, for some reason, he's the one that's been blocked elemental-wise for a long time. They keep putting hydro, like, resistant or immune stuff constantly, so using Nouvelette is kind of hard sometimes. But Arlecchino? Arlie has no problem.
Melusines are beautiful creatures.
They are.
They are the
Let's
fountain.
grab this. Alright, let's go spend our resin.
Be sure to befriend them and call.
We were working on this. I'm gonna double check. I think it said I craft none, but I only need the... Yeah, I only need this. Craft none, none, and then I have 2 of these. Okay. And we need 4 of these. So we'll see. If I have to spend all my resin in here, that's fine. But we do need to get that weapon up for Llama. Yeah, I can go with PB. It's fine. It says Hydro. It should be fine.
Silence!
Let the world
What's these things?
A burst of flavor. A dash of... Into the void.
I think I could actually just do this with Nouvelette and Escofia. We can try that. Oh, damn. Okay, so that makes 17. So that's 5 here. Makes 10. I only need 1 more run. All right, cool. I should only need 1 more run.
A little amuse-bouche. Fierce on the loose. Fearless.
And we got 1 gold anyway. So we can do 2 ley lines, which we should do. We need Zamora. We might as well go into...
Bow your head.
What the frick was that?
Extinguish power.
I have a question. Why wasn't I allowed to burst? That was messed up. That was absolutely messed up.
Silence!
The pinnacle of excellence.
Clunk, clunk. Clunk. Okay. So, let me check. I'm probably still going to use the week to get Moonlight from the 3 of the double drops. We're only at 56 of this, but we will have the Art Conquest to give us more books, so that's not. Although, we will need a bunch to level her. Because I would prefer to take her straight to 90, not. That's gonna be the other thing I'm going to need to. Llama needs the moth thing, right? Okay, we should be okay with this. I have 400 of these. We should be all right to level her and her talents, but I'll make sure to continue do Leyline from Nodcry. Probably still could use some Moonlight, but it looks like it's doing okay. So let me just check. Lauma her boss. I want to say it's the moth. I want to say it's the moth. Yes, it is. Okay. So that should be the other priority, is getting the moth drops. All said and done. So I think that's what we're going to use the transient on. All right. So by the time I get ready to stop for like lunch, I should have enough to fight this a second time.
Settle down.
Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in some. A little amuse-bouche. A burst of flavor. Into the void. Fearless.
4? Nope. Ew. Let's move over here. Quickly move out of the way, because I know the goon squad is going to start attacking. No, friendship is this way. Still a little sleepy here.
What could a merchant ever desire more than the prospect of more Mora? So, the merchant wished that she could earn more Mora in the future than she could ever hope to count. The genie of beauty and kindness agreed and became the merchant supplier, providing her with magical and fantastic.
Okay, I've heard that voice line before. So it just coincided her hitting level 5.
Thank you for completing.
Friendship 5. I do need to go to the teapot. Doesn't say I'm capped yet, but I don't think I've been here in a couple days. No, I must have just been here. I don't remember coming in here.
This realm is.
Well, that's alright. Oh, I had to have come in yesterday, dumbass. I bought the transient. Herp a derp. Okay, almost with those. I probably should start getting these again, as opposed to the artifact fodder. Or XP, rather. Don't have anything like that, that's fine. Ino's house. Alright, the thing I dreaded the most. We gotta go do it again. And like my free-to-play account, just I'm just gonna try to get the primos and not care. Love how it says go to challenge when I'm like right here. So let's go. Wait, couldn't I like there we go. Oh, there. So right now I can see it. Now that Forrest has pointed out the way to actually get to like the screen I was wanting. Oh, I'm not selecting it. There we go. This screen here. And then we hit. Right. This is lagging. This is lagging really bad. Because I'm hitting the buttons, nothing's happening. So like, I don't know what it was yesterday because I'm like looking at the screen now and I clearly see the pad, the middle pad for the PS5 controller. I was just blind yesterday. 200 on that. Okay. Blam, 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 blam. Yay. Okay, so those two. Close, thank you. Posture check. Thank you, honey. I am actually standing up kind of straight, actually. Standing, sitting. Oh, my poor feeble brain. Probably vape, right? Captain Smile. We love the derp. Not gonna lie, I could go for, like, my whole thing of coffee. It would be this. Get him, chicken! Yeah, I'm not really sure why. I'm not really sitting any different. Let's reset her. Let's see if that'll fix it. I can go with melt. I don't have enough. I guess that'll be fine. I don't really know exactly what to do for the Cryo Abyss Mage. Let's, this. Look at it go. Oh yeah, that's so dead. Oh, oops, that's not that. I wanted this. AoE attack, okay. Alright, well, we might as well just upgrade these to the second one. I think my only real gripe is that this is kind of needlessly long. Just pyro and cryo. Yep. supposed to be a lava trail here? Oh, there it is. He's just going. Take that. Uh... Brr. Oh. AoE. I guess I have to do this and do this. Yeah, I'll stay here. Yeah, it's funny. My model just keeps looking over for some reason, and I don't know why. Geo has the advantage. Okay, so we want to change. I want to change this to Geo. Same route. I'm gonna put an extra one here. And we'll see what happens. Keep this as center as possible. Okay. It looks like for those I might need an extra Geo trap. Yeah, I'm just gonna let it go. I don't think I can kill that. Well, maybe I can. It's enough to get rid of the shield. Okay. It's fine. Okay, we do have more Geo here. So you are gonna pass through down here. And oops. High frequency attack. I guess there's not much else I can do. Oh wow, that one just like didn't even give it two shits. Move a little bit faster. Get on the melt panel. Meh. Okay. Pyro, AoE, normal, high frequency. Okay. Those should be fine. And away we go. I didn't pay attention to the pathing on that. Yeah. All right, Geo, Pyro, AoE. Okay, I have max reach, so oh, Cryo, where are you going? You're going down here. Oh, no, I'm stupid. I should have put it to Geo. Geo's probably the best bet here. have a lot of hit points. Like, why so many hit points, my guy? Barely got that one. Technically, maybe Animo would have been better. Okay, Pyro on this one. Alright. Okay, we got them coming from this way. So we're gonna... probably a trap would be better, right? Oh, that's gonna be a lot not to, like, fire at, so we're gonna do that. I just realized they're not gonna hit the trap. Okay, not bad. I'm gonna assume this, actually. We'll see what happens. Alright, Pyro and Cryo. So we need to change the traps. Electro. Which side is that coming from? I'm guessing they're all coming this way? Okay. Oops. Okay, let's change you to Electro. And we'll change you to Electro. That's, yeah, we'll drop it on. Give me the bigger guy. There we go. Yay. Oh, we can still put one more. Okay. So we're gonna do that. We'll do... I'm gonna say Pyro for now, because it's always that. Pyro, Cryo. Okay. All the traps are set to Cryo. Focused attacks have the advantage. Because it's the Wild Hunt. I tried. That's loud. Oh my. I drank my coffee. I'm sad. How dare I drink my coffee? I will have to go get something caffeinated though. All this rain? Oh my gosh. Chaps are already set, so what do we got? Alright, we can do fire first. try that. Alright, wave 2. Alright, we can stick with that, that's fine. Okay, we can start with that, that's fine. Well, aren't you being a little cheater? Oh, I thought there was more than one on the screen. That was my B. Okay, definitely pyro. And focus attacks, okay. You're starting up here? You're gonna go around this way, so probably you. And that's all I can really do. Well, I guess I could put another trap, probably. He's gonna go here, so we're gonna go here. Oh, this is... Alright, I'm gonna have to put like another one down here. Yeah, there's no way that's not gonna kill me. Alright, could have been better, but you know what? I'll take it. I keep hearing you say gorsh. I don't have enough. Oh, good, he died. That is a lot of dudes running out of that portal. Alright, so we need Electro. Where is this coming out of? Alright, so I think we need to change you to Electro. Potentially you. Alright, now we have nothing. Damn it, we ride! Need at least 2 hundo. The very random voice lines from the Fatui. Okay, again, focus attack and pyro. Where is... Okay, we gotta change these back to pyro. Look at it go! Well, those ones are just getting bullied. Last one. Last one. Okay. And now I gotta look over here. I probably would say this. This is 120, so I'm 10 off. Alright. Now let's see what happens. Well, actually, I guess I probably should do this. Yeah, yeah, this is the thing that screwed me up last time. I almost got my fire. Alright, so now we need to change to lightning. But we also need fire. Alright, so I'm gonna take a guess and say you two stay fire, you go lightning. And then you go lightning. Sound good? Sound good. Oh, I think I actually got confused. Oh dear lord, look at them all. What do you mean immune to Geo? It's Pyro! What the hell is that noise? followed it to hell. Pyro. All right, let's change these two back. Wow. Oh, I fucking hate the wild hunt, man. I'm so dead. Just because of the wild hunt. Shit. I'm gonna have to do this again. Because I did not get anything from that. God damn. Oh wait, you're cryo. God damn it. Oh, this is so bad. Oh, I got its shield back. Okay, if I'm reading this right. Okay, I do want at least a couple. All right, let's do it that way. that way, possibly. No, I'm not sure. I know I can upgrade that. Give me that. Oh. Unfortunately for me. Oh, I got ham at least. Seriously, how are you gaining health? Okay, go back to Pyro, and we high frequency attacks. Alright, we get one on each angle, and I think that's good. Oops. I kept double clicking it. I think that was my problem yesterday. I kept double clicking it and thinking I didn't have it equipped. Uh-ohs. I think I'm dead again. Yep. Oh, bull honky! Okay. Got the Primos. Got the Primos. Sure. I have 1 hit point. Focus, Geo, Cryo. Where's the Lava Troll? Okay. I don't think I could put anything else down. Oh, I can. You know, I haven't actually seen Anima really do anything. Stop beelining to the gate. Like, there is nothing I can do about that. Like... satisfied with that. I remember to do it. It's fine. It's fine. Not a bad primo count right now. I don't have any Genesis. I did use all of them. So right now we are sitting at 36 wishes. So 41 for the shop reset tomorrow. That's not bad. Well, yeah, we'll easily get Lauma here because we're guaranteed. Easily. Despite being rainy today, it is actually kind of warm in the room, so the fan's gonna come on. Huh, that actually even sounds loud to me. Maybe it's because it's right next to me, but... Oh, I own 6. Risley. Thank you. And I own 1. 3. I think I had everything else. Actually, no, go back to Nuvi. He was Catalyst. Alright. Llama's weapon's done. Definitely going to need more. Oh, Jesus Christ. I still need to level my artifacts for the theater. And the good thing about the theater, I don't necessarily have to touch it until Lauma. So I have all month to try to do it. So I can actually have usable characters. And that's something that, like, I don't know how I want to put it. Because I have been thinking about it yesterday too. Because again, I love watching fixing accounts and stuff like that to necessarily see what problems people have, which I determine a lot of the time is just laziness. There's a borderline difference between laziness and confusion. So I'm just like, okay, artifacts are a definite must. But, you know, them having the proper stat, the proper levels, and whatnot. And this was the thing that really started me thinking, like, how I want to document what I've been doing and trying to help my free to play account. Because, one, it's if you're free to play versus low spender, is going to determine the investment put in. So you might not have access to certain weapons that characters prefer. You might actually be on the bottom of the barrel of those weapons because you don't get the battle pass or you've gotten unlucky with 5-star weapons. And that's what's happened to my free to play account. I've just gotten really, really unlucky to the point of having an R4 Amos bow. So there's that. Talents are another thing that a lot of people never bothered doing, which always baffles me because this is a free source of damage. It is a free source of damage. Levels, weapon, talents, and then artifacts. And artifacts is, yeah, it's RNG, but you know, you do want to have stuff that's on set, obviously. But the funny thing is, Like, there are sometimes I've seen builds, and one of them was on an Arlecchino. I've seen really good builds on Gladiator because Gladiator is one of the first sets you can get as a 5-star. And so some people, depending on how long they've been playing, have solid Gladiator pieces. So their Arlecchino actually just rocks that instead of going after Whimsy. I still say go after Whimsy, but your Gladiator set's more than fine while you farm it. And then there was another build I saw, and I want to say again, it was on Arlie, was a two-piece of attack. Because they had just had solid pieces with high crit and everything. So there is a merit and a warrant to doing the two-piece. So that's something I also should take into consideration for Imaginarium Theater if I don't have pieces like money to level. Furina should actually get a tenacity build at some point. Although I do wonder who. I think Furina would be the better DD for Skirk off field, so I could, in theory, try to get a tenacity build onto Escoffier for Skirk. And instead of having her do off field damage, could see how much more damage Skirk does. That's a possibility too. Or Scroll, because Scroll is just nearby party member triggers a Night Soul burst. The equipping character gains 6 energy. So the two-piece set isn't worth it. After the equipping character triggers a reaction related to their elemental type, all party members gain an elemental damage bonus. Okay, so other characters that are not Night Soul can trigger Cinder City. I actually wasn't paying attention to that. My focus went to the two-piece part because of the energy. So it is viable to put Cinder City. So the question is the Cinder City better than the attack? Because we could just boost Skirk with artifacts. That would be interesting. So you could do Cinder City on Escoffier, Tenacity of the Millilith on Furina, and then you could do I have Noblesse on Dahlia, because remember, I do not have Shenhe. So that would be an interesting one. Do I have pieces to do that? Right, I have you on ER because your ER was a tad low. So you would need high ER with attack. You could take Auroron's Feather, that's funny. No ER in that one. But yeah, she could take that. That's fine. Okay, we get another solid one over here. Low crit. Well, this crit rate wasn't anything to write home about anyway. Okay. So instead of this off piece, we have crit rate over here. Jansons isn't even finished. That's funny. Although that makes sense. I don't use Janson. Because I don't have a character that's warranted for it. We have crit damage, no ER. Crit damage, elemental mastery. So the only one that's leveled is Auroron's. Okay. That would have to be a work in progress. If I were to do that, let me check tenacity. Okay. I would have to pay attention to the crit rate because even if she doesn't stay, well, I mean, she could. She would just use a little slightly less off-field damage because she wouldn't be on Golden Troop. I don't know if that would mean if I would just put her on Fab, so it would be her and Dahlia on Fab, which I think is a little bit overkill for Skirk because Skirk doesn't use ER. But we'll see. You could just steal Zhongli's. No double crit HP. This is the DPS. Oh, are you back on your Fav? You are. Okay. Let me fix this. Yeah, you're back on your Fav, so you take HP sense. Okay, the one that Barbara has isn't bad for her. Way more ER. So we potentially have a Sans. High crit rate with HP. She could just take Zhongli's, that's fine. I don't really want to replace this. So you would have to go take this. You would take Zhongli's. I mean, you could in theory take Zhongli's. Has high HP in it. I do not have a double crit, right? I do, but it's not ER. That's minus 15. Well, your flower doesn't have ER, and Layla's does. So in theory, we could just mix and match some of these. It's not going to help for this theater if I did that, and honestly, I would keep her on Golden Troop for this theater. But it is something to think about. Like, I'm not trying to go super, super min-maxy, but there will be times that perhaps the quote-unquote normal builds might not cut it, and you need to really bump the damage of your main DPS. So, like, putting Tenacity on Fiorina, Scroll on Scofier, and Noblesse on Dahlia, Shenhe, whoever, to boost Skirk's damage outright. So it's not a bad idea to have anything like that. It is a lot though. I will be the first to admit that it is a lot. A lot to take in for that and build for it, honestly. I just so happen to actually need millilith pieces that it's viable for me to possibly think about it. Especially also like with the state of the accounts too. At what point do you look at your account and go, I don't know what I'm doing. I need help or whatever. So I was watching a video yesterday and the person whose account was getting fixed when they applied for the account fix was only AR43 and the person doing the fixing noted in the video it's like they just hit AR45, which is why they were doing the quote unquote fix because now they can farm artifacts. And they probably thought that their artifacts were terrible. And sad truth, yeah, for 3-4 star artifact isn't really gonna cut it. But here's the thing: like your AR45, you just hit 45. The only 5-star artifacts you probably had access to were whatever you potentially got from bosses, whether it be overworld boss or weekly boss. So Wanderer's Troop and Gladiator. Which is why I was saying before, it's like there's a chance you have good pieces on those and started doing two piece, or even 4-piece of those sets and put them on other characters and things like that. I believe my Kaya, for the most part, on the free-to-play account, he had to rock a 3-star headpiece on Berserker because I never got anything that had proper stats on it. So One thing I will say to new players, especially, like, artifacts are a fickle being, they're a fickle creature, but don't be afraid to actually use the 3 and 4-star artifacts and level them up with the appropriate stats. Because this was the thing that started making my free to play account feel better than my main at one point, and that was knowledge. It wasn't that it was better, it was knowledge. So because I had leveled the 3-star and then later the 4-star artifacts, specifically Exile, Instructor, and Berserker, I was able to clear things a little bit easier and a little bit faster. When it got to the point of having to farm the domains, though, I do remember asking my husband for help because I was killing so slow. I could do it, but it would be really slow. This is when I was trying to farm for Farina on the free to play. But I remember also putting Kaya on, I think it was 2-piece Berserker, 2-piece Blizzard Strayer, because you got Blizzard Strayer for free as the 4 stars. And then it changed to possibly like Gladiator because I could get the 5 stars. I would have to double check like VODs and stuff like that, but I do remember doing that. And that was something I didn't really do on my main account when I started because I knew like 4-star kind of bad. And you would always hear, don't farm artifacts until AR 45. And I didn't even listen to that. I did go and farm things like, I think it was VV and Tenacity of the Millilith. Why? Well, Zhongli supposedly wanted Tenacity of the Millilith. I wanted to put the stuff on Zhongli. And yeah, it was kind of a waste of resin to do that. It is kind of a waste of resin to do that. However, if you feel more comfortable and are okay with spending the resin on it, that's up to you. That is totally up to you. Just note that you're going to have to go farm it again to get the 5-star versions. It's kind of why people tell you not to do that, but again, it's all about what makes you comfortable. And that's kind of the thing that I've been like just sitting with like yesterday with the thought of like, if Yulia gets buffed, how would that feel? And I would have to go back and farm for her to try to get her back on 4-piece Pale Flame. 4 Flame? What's a 4 Flame? So the reason I've been trying to hit that threshold of like 80k, because again, I think my Zabai was doing like around 88k at the highest on the dummy. And she cleared, even though the Abyss was catered to her, she cleared it with ease, like absolute ease. So it's like, okay, if that's the threshold I'm looking for to clear the Abyss on the free-to-play account, then that's what I gotta do. Because this is the other thing people need to consider. That it might not be the account, it might be you. And I don't mean that in a bad way. For the longest time, when I started doing the Abyss, again, I would do what I could in the Abyss, and then Forrest would go in later on my account and try to, 36. So I wouldn't lose on those resources because it's not necessarily my fault that I can't do it. It's not the account's fault, 100%. Like, I knew what I was doing in building the characters and even pulling for certain team members. But there's just something within the combat, something within the mechanics of the fight, and whatever that just doesn't click in my brain, or I just don't have the reflexes to actually do it. So one of those things, we'll use the current Abyss as an example, the wolf. You need to swirl that clone. And Sucrose wasn't doing it for me. And I was like, what do you mean swirl? I don't understand what this is doing. And it might have just been Sucrose being Sucrose, for all I know. But it was a mechanic that I'm just not used to and just don't get it. So timing wise, it could be bad. It could be a multitude of things that cause the problem. So me problem, skill issue, not necessarily the account. So when you think the account feels bad, it might not be the account. It just might be a little bit of a skill issue. And to taper off skill issue, you kind of want to quote unquote overbuild. So like going into like Stingian, one of the things I do pride myself a little bit on for some of my fearless clears, I don't finagle my builds. Like the closest you see me finagle is flipping Furina between the DPS build using Chiori's weapon and an ER Sands as opposed to the HP Sands and a Fav. most of my clears don't involve Favonius weapons. And I find it hilarious. Does that mean I wouldn't flip them? No, absolutely. I would flip into a Favonius if I really needed to. It's why I've been trying to make sure I have at least 3 depending on who I have. I don't need multiple Fab Claymores. I don't use Claymore users enough to warrant doing that. Swords, absolutely. Polearms? Polearms, absolutely. I would even say maybe 2 codexes on a healer. Because I have one on Baiju, I can level another one for somebody else. So, again, it might not be the account. It might be a skill level issue. And that's okay. Just try to compensate it with better builds, quote unquote. So, like, who do I want to pick on? We can pick on Skirk a little bit, actually. So my Skirk isn't terrible. I would like her to have a little bit more crit rate, but not much I can really do about it. Because, like, I definitely need another crit damage headpiece. And which we got one here. This is the one I made. It just rolled terribly, and I need to actually re-roll it, but I have no feathers to do so. But it will be something I do. Genshin did take the right direction in being able to craft some of those pieces. So when you're outright going to farm or even, you know, double dip in here, you go and farm for one character. So like I could go out and farm for Skirk, but then I could trade in for those Millilith pieces for a Farina build or something like that. And you kind of just double dip that way. It's a good source of resin. Just note that you might not have all the artifact XP to level bull sets. And that's where you would go and do artifact routes just to get a little bit more leeway in it. Leeway. Don't be afraid to craft the pieces. Genshin, unfortunately, Genshin does this worse than Star Rail does it, because Star Rail, you can do it anytime you want as long as you have the items for it. Versus Genshin, that's like, oh, you want to craft some stuff for Skirk? Well, you can only do that twice per patch cycle. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said it like that, but Genshin kind of does it worse than Star Rail. But that's why, like, note that I didn't pre-farm Sparksy. Because I wasn't sure I was going to be able to get her despite being on guarantee. I had no idea I was going to get her. So I didn't want to farm the artifacts or relics or the planar orb and stuff like that. I didn't want to do that because it would have been a waste of my stamina if I didn't get her. So I was just like, okay, I got her. What does she need? And then I look up quick builds. This is through multiple like websites like Reddit and stuff like that, just to kind of get a vague idea, plus using things that are built into the game. And I'm pointing this out every time I talk about this because I don't think a lot of players utilize it. And that's why they seek out like help building and stuff like that. And there's one thing to like look at this. Like Skirk is very, very basic in what she needs. And like if you wanted a force stat you could throw into her, it is literally flat attack. It is literally flat attack. Is it great? No, but she can at least utilize it. But it's an easy way to make checklists. You can do like what it's like mood boards or whatever, you know, if you need something more visual and stuff like that to plan on how to build your characters. I don't think that's a bad thing. The amount of notes I've done and recreated multiple times is astounding. Only because I never remember either A, what I've written down, where I've written it down sometimes. Kind of silly, I know. But I think it's a good idea to think about the resources it does give you. Now, would I say, like, okay, once you actually get the elixirs, you're going to do this immediately to X character? No, I don't. Again, that's one of the reasons I do like Star Rail, because I usually have a bunch of the molding resin and other stuff. So I can say, hey, make me a body piece with crit damage, and I'm going to spend a little bit extra to get either crit rate or attack, like Sunday with speed or something like that. And that way it's catered to what I need. And potentially I can just wipe my hands of it and go, I'll re-roll it later once I get a die. Genshin, you can't really do that. And I understand that. But being able to pick certain characters, and I would usually say this for DPS, that's just me. That is just me. I think I've done a couple for a did I do a couple for a sub? I don't know if I did or not. I think they're mostly DPSs. But if you know who you want to play, like this is the thing, and that's it what makes me sad. Okay. I want to be able to say, play the characters you like. Sometimes you can't do that. Like, as much as I love Klee, she is going to be significantly worse than Nuvolette, potentially. At least my newbie, I don't know. I know people have compared her damage now to Arlecchina, which is where I'm trying to get the testing to be, and I think she needs C1 to hit that at least, but I don't know about other factors. Because, like, for an example, I don't have Lost Prayer on that account, so her crit rate is very low. So, yeah, she's not going to crit. She's not going to do the damage that my early does. I dropped my controller. That was cool. So, in terms of, like, rerun characters, like, right now we're near the tail end of Skirk. I don't think Skirk's a bad pickup, but you need a Scopier with her to really make her shine. Because the damage level difference is kind of big. It is kind of big. You could play, if you got Nuvolette, you would kind of need his C1, if I'm being honest. I think you would need a C1 for two reasons. One, it cuts down one of the elements you need to put in, so you can run double Hydro. So if you have Furina, you can run Nuvi and Furina just fine with two other elements in your team. The other reason, you're not going to get knocked around like a ragdoll. So he does need vertical investment. He doesn't necessarily need his weapon. It helps, but he doesn't necessarily need it. You can run Prototype Amber or the Witsith. Hell, I even ran him on Lost Prayer for a while. So he was rocking the Lost Prayer with Maruchusei Hunter, so his crit rate wasn't terrible. Early on, his crit damage was, but, you know, like I was... I don't remember my crit rate, but before I switched to the Witsith on his crit damage, he was under 200. He was well under 200. I think it was like 287 or something like that. So some characters do take a lot more vertical investment, whether that be a teammate or Constellation. Nuvi is the bad one. I'm sorry. Nuvi should have been not the one I did that with. But like Furina, I have C1. I wouldn't mind her C2. But her C1 actually does make it so that you could actually use Bennett a little bit easier to get the fanfare. Because it's a single target heal. Same with like Shalonen. But like in terms of like newer characters, Flynn's was either C1 or R1. And it all depended if you had a weapon. And that's specifically the Jade Spear. Because it's literally the same crit rate, you could run Jade Spear and go for his C1 to help with his energy. But if you just didn't have the Jade Spear or you just wanted it for the drip, you could go for that and still help with his energy. I think the general consensus is a lot of people probably have a Jade Spear. But again, my free-to-play doesn't. And my free-to-play, Flynn's does significantly less. Significantly less. It feels comfortable to play because I know how to play him. But it's one of those instances where I know I definitely need to change up his build. So, like, my Flynn's here is at 87% crit rate. Over 260. So he's a beefy boy. I would love him to have a little bit more crit rate, and we'll fix that when I can re-roll his circlet. But my free-to-play Flynn's, I think we calculated to... maybe he's 10% lower. I think he's like 70-something. He's 70-something or 60-something crit rate. So it's actually pretty bad. Plus, the weapon he's using isn't terrific. I'm trying to help his crit rate with it. Be damned. But it might get to a point where he has to be on the shovel if I can't get a J Spear or I can't get his signature. And I tried to get his signature. I know I'm close to a 5-star on that weapon banner. Oh, that was Flynn's. I was like, what the hell shing was that? Shing! And I know I'm being ranty and stuff like that, but I do want to get my thoughts together because I would like to make a video on compiling everything I've done to the free to play account and what I did learning from fixing my main account. Because again, my main account wasn't necessarily the issue. There was tweaking that needed to be done because of how the Abyss was progressing with the HP inflation and what needed to be done to the characters I had. And the funny thing is, and again, this is probably why I praise Fontaine so much. I loved practically everybody in Fontaine. So when they came up on the banner, I was like, yes, I would like them. Or, oh, that's stinky. Like, I don't really like Claran's gameplay. Now, I understand it a little bit more now, but when she came out, I was like, no, give me the pretty man. Give me Alhaitham. Guess what? I don't really like playing Alhaitham, but he came in clutch a couple times. So trying to conform to meta and also want to pull like have your favorite characters, unfortunately, is like playing tug of war. Like I benefited from Fontaine, from starting in Fontaine and everything, and fell in love with everybody practically. So it's like Nuvi, want him, got him, thankfully. Risley had to get him on his rerun when he ran in Natland, but I got him. Fiorina, Fiorina was an interesting one just because I was going for Baiju first because I was like, oh, Baiju can actually help Nouvelette. He has a shield, and that means I don't have to use Zhongli. Well, he has a shield, but it's made of paper. Um, but it turned out that that was part of the really good Nouvelette comp. It was part of his premium team back then. But Fiorina, like when I started seeing like testing and stuff like that, and this is after she was released, I didn't see any pre-release stuff from like the creative servers or anything. And I was like, oh, she actually can work really well with Nouvelette, and I do potentially, I almost said pretend. Why did I almost say pretend? Wow. And I was potentially going to get his C1. So I was like, yeah, I'll go for Fiorina and use my guarantee on Fiorina. And I'm glad I did because Fiorina goes into a lot of my team comps that I run around and dip around with. So, what do I do with Nodcry at this point? And that was the question I had to ask myself after getting Durin and being disappointed in Durin for the free-to-play account. Because he was meant to fix Mualani. And the saddest thing is that doing the rotation with him felt so much better to set up because it was faster. The animations for him feel very quick as opposed to, Zhang Ling throwing out Guoba and stuff like that. But the damage isn't there. Now, ideally, so this is the other problem with Durin. If you vape, you want to go into the other side of Durin, not having Mualani do the vapes, but Mualani wants to do the vapes. So what does that mean? I need Malvika. And I lost her twice. So kinda shitty, right? It's why I stepped away because I was like, I don't really like Nefer's gameplay, not Nefer, but Nefer's gameplay. And I didn't get Lauma. Like I lost Lauma, ended up getting early 5-star on Flynn's. So that was kind of the thing. I was like, I'm not getting a different play experience, but I can't have a totally different play experience without sacrificing being comfortable with the character and having actually fun running around. It's interesting seeing the literal budget build on Flynn's, but oh boy, does it actually pale in comparison to having a little bit of extra investment. Which is why when somebody had asked, like, hey, can you take a look at X character for me? And I'm like, well, are you free to play? Are you BP Welkin? Are you a low spender? I don't want to say whale, but are you somebody who does put money into the game? So when they're like, oh, no, I do BP Welkin, it's like, okay, that changes my opinion on the build. Because if you got lucky and got their SIG, awesome. But if I see something like, and this is not a gripe, by the way, this is not making fun of anybody, but like say Earthshaker and you have the battle pass, why aren't you using something like Serpent Spine or Talking Stick? Just answer that. Now, again, not. I do not own Malvika's. I do know she does use Serpent Spine on some builds for like the BP Welkin builds, but if you have a Wolf's Gravestone, I'm pretty sure that's better than the Serpent Spine. But anyway, like, just trying to get like a little bit more crit rate out. If you have access to the crit rate weapon, why aren't you using it? It's kind of one of those things. And people might look at my account, and I'll put myself out there. Here's Navia. So Navia has Verdict, but this is my Claymore selection. Oh look, I'm gonna go way down here onto Kave of all people. I have a Serpent Spine. My Serpent Spine is not leveled because I don't use any Claymore users, and I learned that lesson when leveling the Wolf's Gravestone. Unless I need to use the character, I don't need that leveled. However, I am aware that I could put it on Noelle. So this might be something that gets leveled eventually. So what about the lunar meta? Do you want to skip it? Do you want to, go to the Hexarai? I mean, I see why the Hexarai is a little bit more appealing, because one, people have the characters. They have Sucrose and Fischl and stuff like that. And potentially, when they come out, Nicole, Alice. Like, I am waiting for Alice. Like, I have no doubt she's going to be awesome. Is it going to be sad if I don't like her gameplay? For sure. Does that going to stop me from pulling her? Probably not, because that means I haven't learned my lesson at all. But at the same time, my main account can get away with it, for the most part. Because I do have teams, like if it calls for Lunar, I can do it. I have Flynn's and I have Zabai. And I potentially will have Lunar Bloom with Nuvolette and Llama. So it's covered. Free to play, totally different creature, and you have to pick and choose. So the fact that I tried to pick for fun kind of bit me in the butt because I didn't want to have the same DPS. And again, Chronicle Wish on paper was a fantastic idea for a starting player because it was Mondstadt. But again, bit me in the butt, especially because I got Eula at the end. Now, this is where the eye-opening thing happens. If they get buffs, characters like Eula are getting buffed, whether it be Hexarai or Favonius Link or whatever, then that account becomes way more interesting because my main account doesn't have older characters. The oldest character I have on this account probably is Zhongli. Let's take a look at that. Because Zhongli came out in like 1.x, right? 1.x or 2.x? I want to say it's 1 because Leeway was out. And we're not counting Standard Banner. We're not counting Standard Banner here. Yeah, I think the oldest character I have is Zhongli. Everything else is... Well, no, I have Raiden. So, early Inazuma? Because Kazuha is technically the first Inazuma character, I believe. But mostly from, like, Sumeru and, of course, Fontaine. And Fontaine, like, the characters felt really powerful, but you could still do things in the Abyss fine. It wasn't until late Fontaine, early Natland that it became a problem. Where you kind of needed to conform to what it wanted you to do and not be able to overpower it. And as a, low spender, free-to-play account, the investment is a little bit more difficult, and it relies a lot more on the builds on the artifacts. So whereas I would say, like, get your base first, your main stat, even if some of the stuff is poo-poo, to either force the 4-set bonus. I did that with Sing Cho on the free-to-play account, and I completely forgot about it. He was walking an attack circlet, and I thought the whole time he was on crit. Nope. That was a nope. So, and again, I want to go through everything that I've done on my main account, what I've learned, and try to apply it to the free to play account and just document everything we've done in a little bit more cohesive than my rambling is right now. Your meeting got canceled today for rain? I'm gonna laugh if it's because of rain. So yeah, that's going to be a project, and we'll continuously go through looking at the free to play account and trying to have that map forward. Because as long as we have the two teams for the Abyss that can potentially clear it with ease, that's fine. And whether that be I can do it or Forrest can do it, it doesn't matter to me at this point, as long as the account is capable. Well, what if you don't have someone like a significant other or a friend that can actually do it for you? You can seek help. I mean, there's plenty of people that do that end game stuff to help out. But it's also along the lines of you might have to just adjust the builds for yourself. That's just the nature of the game. So unfortunately, like we saw with Flynn's yesterday, because I was like, I could have sworn he was hitting the 80k threshold, and he's not. And that's because I was testing his damage between Yehoda and Sucrose, and it's a 10k DPS loss with Yehoda, which I find it a little surprising, but also not, because Sucrose gives EM, whereas Yehoda doesn't. That's not saying I couldn't, like, would it be worth doing a millisect on Yehoda? I don't know. But maybe that's the thing too, like having a different perspective on builds instead of conforming to that norm. Yeah, it's going to give you a basic idea. Let's go to Yehoda for a second. No, they say Silken, which I could see as well. So like if I ran the Yehoda variant, I could potentially go Silken and put Ineffa onto the other build to do the off-field DPS, and then we still have Ino on Noblesse to boost Flynn's. So that's a possibility that I might look into. Will I think it's better than Sucrose? No, I don't think it'll be better than Sucrose, but it potentially could up Flynn's damage, because I don't think she's actually swirling the Electro. Because when she picks stuff up, it's usually for her flask, it's usually the Hydro, so I never see the swirl on Electro. So, something to take a look at, I guess. But we'll get there when we get there. Again, FTP account right now is going to be very, very slow goings. Because until we can either get Escoffier or potentially Lauma, I can't really do anything. Because the limited resources are a pain in the ass. So I have to figure out who it is that we can level. So maybe that's what we'll take a look at today. We'll take a look at who we've got and potentially figure out if there's somebody we can slot in somewhere that could help out. I think that sounds like a good idea. So, but right now, I am going to go make something to eat. It's going to take me a few minutes because I have to chop some veggies. But I'm going to do that. I'm going to stretch a little bit. And then we'll come back, do Star Rail. We're a little bit long on Star Rail because it is Currency Wars. And then we'll take a gander at the free-to-play account and see if there's anybody that's there that we can level now, or do what I did for like the theater. I would just use the resin to gather the stuff, not necessarily level them right away. I keep trying to click off on my PlayStation with my mouse. More caffeine, please. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Sorry, that took a little bit. Like I said, I had to chop some stuff. I only made a half serving for it too, so or batch, not serving. Oh, it looks like my chat got disconnected again. I don't know what it is about about Twitch lately, but whatever. Whatevs. Alright, let's get this out of the way. We'll still... Right. Planar orbs. We're still going for this one for Sparksy.
Be careful.
Just to see if we can
There's
get something
something
better.
unsettling
Light on
ahead.
turn over this eternal play night.
Emerge from your cocoon.
Don't be rash. Rise and shine. Night falls. Shh. Good night. Have some sunshine.
Embrace a new life.
Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
Return to dust.
Till we meet again. Don't make them wait.
May death protect us! Embrace a new life. May death protect us!
Have some sunshine. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies. That's mean.
Embrace a new life.
Memories waiting to be woken up by a shooting star. Remember me with love. May time watch over the Evernight. Don't blink. May life and death sprout new buds. Rewrite destruction with me! Dispel the gloom! Restore the skies! Night falls. Shh. Good night.
Possibly
Be
one for
grateful
Sparksy,
for all
actually.
this clamor. The sound of thoughts clashing.
Okay, we can get that. We're gonna do currency wars. We're gonna do currency wars. What I make that needed chopping? I made up a vegetable salad basically, using the chickpeas. So it was chickpeas, cherry tomatoes, cucumber, and the red onion, and some feta cheese. Seasoned with, lightly seasoned with onion powder, garlic powder, pinch of salt, only because of the feta. Pinch of salt, black pepper, and then just a normal vinaigrette. So the balsamic vinegar and some olive oil, which isn't the. I couldn't remember all the ingredients, and my phone was in here, so I was just like, I'll just go with Old Faithful flavor combination that I know I like, and it should taste good, and it does taste good. It does taste good. I put the excuse me, I put the vegetables all together, plus the feta, and season that, and then basically I'm just going to portion it out every time I want to eat it, and then make the dressing separately. That way it doesn't get soggy. It's really good though. I'll definitely have to make a larger batch of it using 2 cans of beans next time just to make a larger batch for like the week. All right, Sparksy. You already have double crit. We just got another one that was double crit though. So we can always see if it rolls better, which we will. Rolled higher crit rate, not on the crit damage. She doesn't need that much crit rate, so unfortunate, but it's a good thing we have it. I don't think I got another double crit attack or ER. Yeah. Well, this has double crit and speed. We're on attack. Why isn't this locked? Did I just not pay attention to that was crit? But yeah, flipping through YouTube Shorts has been kind of interesting just to see like quick recipes and stuff, and that one really caught my eye because I'm like, I want to try eating some more beans, just because they are a quick and easy protein. And years ago, I was diagnosed with a protein deficiency, so I was like, okay, if I can, stomach eating beans all the time. Oh, oh, you're kind of pretty. You didn't roll the speed, but is it better than what you got? 8.7, 11, same. Oh, you got higher crit. Hell yeah. We got an upgrade. Yay! Uh, currency wars, currency wars. Yeah, Forrest and I have both been trying to find like different sources of protein just because things have gotten so stupidly expensive. They were like, okay, we don't mind tofu depending on the way it's prepared. So we try a couple tofu dishes here and there. Beans has been the big one that we've been wanting to try. And then outside of like doing things like chili, we haven't had any luck because beans are an acquired taste. I don't mind baked beans on occasion, but I will state baked beans, I don't know what's exactly is doing it inside of it, what ingredient it is. It will trigger my acid reflux. Like without fail, it will trigger it. So I try to avoid it when I can. All Alright, we'll see if we can unlock anything else for the catalog. Is that it? What's the button I need? This one. Satisfying Brawl. What does this one do? Combat node countdown decreases by 30, but boss nodes... Oh, it's that one. Okay. Yeah, this might not be fun. I don't care if it's on the lower difficulty. Oh, upgrade. It was an upgrade, Catherine. We have all of these. I'm gonna refresh. And I have all of these. After opening 20 crystal ores, obtain a spark sea. Here's the funny thing. I don't know on this one that you can do that. On the faster one. After reaching level 8, gain 12 experience. I don't even know if I'll hit level 8, so I guess we start with this. I'll take Argenti. I like Argenti. He just looked at them and they died. Oh my god, he's gorgeous! Oh, there's one I haven't. Increase ally squad's damage, amplification. Okay. We'll just, again, we're just trying to catalog some stuff, but not make it so I can't win. You know what I mean? Of course we take Aha. And a Hyacine? Aw, you shouldn't have. Honestly, it can go on either one of them.
Clouds have scattered. I always deliver. Sha!
I will protect all beauty.
So make it wait. Dispel the gloom.
Go,
Restore the
Hyacine,
skies.
go! Oh, I'm sorry. Go, Ika, go!
Wretched and fleeting. I will protect all beauty.
Who's the little backstabber? Best of luck. An explosive start.
And level 5. Alright. Who we got? No one I really want. Agreed. Well, okay then. Alright, Mighty. Sorry, Mighty. I love Mighty, but if given the choice, I'm taking an
Don't
Axa.
let me down. Observe the heavens.
Although
with
Mighty's
my
not bad in the back
divinations. A bad omen. Don't thank me. Sha!
I will protect all beauty.
Self-inflicted misery.
I will protect
I know
all
it'll be
beauty.
a long time before they would do it, but I hope Mighty gets a revamp, gets an upgrade of some kind.
Dispel the gloom.
He was
Restore
my
the
first
skies.
solid DPS on this game, and everybody basically
Who's the little
outshined him.
backstabber? Best of luck. An explosive
Where's my tribby? We gotta find the tribs. No, where's Tribby? Alright, we'll go down that part, that's fine. Alright, what do we get here? Don Hung. You, Asta, and laugh out loud, Rappa. Ooh. You know what? I do want you to have your speed boots, Naxa, but, hey, Argenti. Alright, get rid of that. Nope. And it's only one cost, so I'll take it. Jade's already level 2, so that's fine. And away we go! I don't know why my voice did that.
Clouds have scattered.
I always deliver.
Observe the heavens with my divinations. A bad omen. Don't thank me.
I will protect all beauty. Fortrilla.
Self-inflicted misery.
To the soul.
And Naxa, this is gonna be all on you!
Don't be rash.
Hyacinth, go!
Don't make a win. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
Beauty is eternal.
Best of
This
luck.
might actually let me eat a little bit.
Explosive start.
Insanity. Flesh.
Don't be rash.
I will protect all beauty.
Who's the little backstabber? Have some sunshine.
To the soul. Insanity. Wretched and fleeting.
Self-inflicted misery.
Observe the heavens with my divinations. A bad omen. Don't thank me. Best of luck. An explosive start.
To the soul. Insanity.
Don't make a win. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
The beauty is eternal. I will protect all beauty.
Who's the little backstabber?
To the soul. Insanity.
Have some sunshine.
A bad omen. Don't thank me.
To the soul. Insanity.
Well, that was a little too close. Only got a couple more actions before the end of the turn. Okay, don't need that. Entry, don't need that. Pretty sure if I just had that show up. So we'll take this one. Let's take skill point for now. Hyacine finally. Alright, there's Tribs. I will do this on the off chance we do see Sparksy. Alright, 2 Hyacine. Alright, we already got a 2 Tribby. That's good. Don't necessarily need 3 Tribby. Gensi. There's an Axa. Excellent. Daytime Demigod. We give this to an Axa. Can go up a couple. Cause why not?
Stars favor us.
I always deliver.
Observe the heavens with my divinations. Best of luck. An explosive start.
I will protect all beauty. For it, Drilla.
Self-inflicted.
Tribby?
Insanity.
How'd you not get your ulti?
Have some sunshine. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies. Go, go, go! Riding the west wind. Away we go!
The beauty is eternal.
I don't need any of that. So we're just gonna take Japard just so we can get the higher coin. Sure. We'll try for the random 4 cost. Why not? Get out of my face, Japard. Get out of here. Alright, and actually just take the gun for now.
Clouds have scattered.
Don't let me down.
Observe the heavens with my divinations.
Oh, I did see from a
About
short this
Omen.
morning
Don't
that
thank me.
Welt's new VA has been put in. So I will probably
protect
try to
all
play the story
beauty.
myself at some point.
For it, Drilla.
Who's the little bat?
Because that was the biggest thing that made me go, I don't want to play the start of Arcadia. Was that Welt's voice was missing.
To the soul.
Don't make it wait. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies. Go, go, go!
Well, the good news is that we made it to the threshold to get the 4 stars. 4 stars, 4 costs. I keep saying
I
4
will
star.
protect all beauty.
Who's the little backstabber? Can you find the answer?
Insanity. To the soul.
Sha. Best of luck. An explosive start.
Insanity. To the soul.
Observe the heavens with my divinations. A bad omen. Don't thank me.
Have some sunshine.
is eternal. I will protect all beauty.
Very nice. Very nice. Urgh. All right, let's see who we get. Not Sparksy. But unfortunately, Casterus in Currency Wars is really bad. And there she is again. Last one. I'm gonna dip down because we're gonna take that. Basically, where the skill point bond when dealing damage by skill or basic attack ignores 20% of enemies' defense. Here, you can be skill point right now, Chibi. Doesn't really do anything for her, but whatever. No. Sorry, fine on. Shoe? Shoe. Okay, I do want to take off. Actually, I'm gonna greed. Can I get a shoe? Shoe? Knife. Here, Argenti, you take a knife. He gets. Could take her to the hotel. Could you stop showing me like the same 3 characters? I meant to take Sparkle. God dang it.
Stars favor us.
Don't let me down.
Observe the heavens with my divinations. A bad omen. Don't thank me.
Boom.
Sha.
I will protect all beauty. For a driller. Insanity. To the soul. Insanity.
So may the wind dispel the gloom, restore the skies. Riding the west wind, away we go!
Wretched and fleeting.
Who's the little backstabber? Sha.
Time to clean up.
Very good.
Best of luck. An explosive start.
To the soul.
Have some sunshine. Can you find the answer?
Bling.
Insanity. To the soul. Incinerate and step 1, implementation.
Sha. Observe the heavens with my divinations.
Well, you're so dead.
A bad omen. Don't thank me.
Mission failed.
For every gold coin lost, Random 4-star character. Oh. Alright, well, let's see. Energy Emblem and Sunday. Already have that. We will take the 5-star cost. Because why not? Oh, you know what we need to do. Sorry, Argenti. Alright, let's go.
Send them.
Stars favor us.
Riding the west wind, away we go! Blast off!
Observe the heavens with my divinations. Best of luck. An explosive start.
Memories waiting to be woken up by a shooting star. Remember me with love. May the world be as we wish. Go, go, go! Don't blink. May the world be as we wish.
Why'd you why?
Destruction with me.
Like, you have two characters you could buff
Observe
there.
the heavens with my
Do
divinations.
both Archer and Argenti. Why? Why AI? Why?
A bad omen. Don't thank me.
Don't blink. May the world be as we wish.
Observe the heavens with my divinations.
Go, go, go!
Best of luck. An explosive start.
Can you find the answer?
I will protect all beauty. For a trip.
Now, in hindsight, I probably could put Argenti in the back. Flash grenade. Taking an Axa. Sure, we'll try we'll try the hard mode. Why not? Take this off. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put Tribby back up front and put Argenti in the back. Here comes the money! Look at that! I made a small return just to get the Cyrene. Honestly, looking for Argenti. And I did it again. I meant to take Sparkle. I don't know how I keep doing that.
Stars favor us.
Riding the west wind, away we go!
Send them!
Observe the heavens with my divinations.
How badly will this go? Let's
An
find out.
explosive start.
I will protect all beauty. For a driller.
Memories waiting to be woken up by a shooting star. Remember me with love. May passage, never have farewells. Go, go,
Dancing!
go! Don't blink. May the world be as we wish. Cleanse hatred with love. Riding the west wind, away we go!
Observe the heavens with my divinations.
Boing.
A bad omen. Don't thank me.
Can you find the answer?
I will protect all beauty.
Dispel the gloom! Restore the skies!
Unlimited. Blade works.
Go, go, go!
Send them!
I still haven't killed anything. Oh, there's one.
This is eternity!
Dancing!
Don't blink. May the world be as we wish. So may the wing.
The beauty is eternal. Karado Borugu. Ha! Ta! Here! Dogo ni iku?
Can you find the answer?
To the soul.
There goes Monkey.
I will protect all beauty. For a driller. Insanity.
Oh no, another monkey.
Wretched and fleeting.
Best of luck. An explosive start.
Take the answer. Riding the west wind, away we go. Have some sunshine. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies. Go, go, go! Don't blink. May the world be as we wish.
Insanity. To the soul. Karado Borugu. Ta! Nigeba nai. Ha! Here! Hey, ta! Unlimited. Blade works.
Damn. All right, let's get our reward, and then we'll spend whatever we got. Oh, there's Sparksy. So we'll bring Trivia back down and we'll bring up Sparksy. Because why not? Firestorm? Yeah, we'll do Firestorm. We can put Firestorm on the next though. There's a Argenti. Got Archer. Got Archer is 2-star. I doubt I'll see another Sparkle, but this time I remember to take it, okay? Ooh, Serini. Alright, I doubt we'll get enough to see Sparksy. There's Sparkle. Okay, we'll take Sparkle. Why not? Oh, I had the projector. Damn it. Oh well.
Stars favor us.
Riding the west wind, away we go! Go, go, go!
Observe the heavens with my divinations. A bad omen. Don't thank me.
Torment. I will protect all beauty. For Trilla.
Memories waiting to be woken up by a shooting star. Remember me with love. May the world be as we wish. Don't blink. May the world be as we wish. Go, go, go! Cleanse hatred with love.
Observe the heavens with my divinations. Best of luck. An explosive start.
And phase 2.
Can you find the answer? Party till the end of the world!
I will protect all beauty.
Go, go, go! Dispel the gloom! Restore the skies!
Blade works. Torment. To the soul. Burn the yoke. Suffering is eternal. The beauty is eternal.
A bad omen. Don't thank me.
The game did not like that.
Congrats to you!
I will protect all beauty. Insanity.
This is eternity!
Sism. My fury, unchanging, unceasing.
Don't blink. May the world be as we wish. Go, go, go!
Wretched and fleeting. To the soul. I will protect all beauty. For Trilla. Karado Borg. Nigeba nai.
Nice Archer. That was a fun one. Skill point AoE is good. Honestly, doing anything with AoE is good. Daytime Demigod is always a good fun time. And they're part of AoE, too, so... Except for Hyacine.
All things are connected.
Yay! I still have 57 over cap. Holy shit. Also 3. Just do 3. So we can get down. I'm still gonna be overcapped. Yeah, I'm still overcapped. I I just don't care about using that.
By origin. And
Oh yeah, don't forget to do this. Maple sour. Got what? 2 here? 1 here. With a whole lot of nuts. Alright. Let me change over to the F2P Genshin account, and yeah, we'll just finish up over there. I almost looked at my screen and I was like, the game's loading. Why isn't the stream loading? Because I didn't transfer it, you dumbass.
Add Astra.
All right, I know we're going to do Clee's books again because again, she shares with Sucrose, so and let us do Strudidades, and then we'll take a look at the roster. Because if I can level somebody up now, that might be able to help out. That would be pretty cool. I know Chongyun I was trying to figure out just because of the boss currently in the Abyss. So he might be helpful. Oh, wait. Did I get a bonus 50? I think I did. Yeah.
Todoko?
Todoko, where are you? Okay. So we gotta do the Natland route again. Actually, I don't remember what time I went on to the other account. Oh, is mine the first one? Yeah. All right, let's check Fontaine first, especially because the this is up, so we'll check this. Oh, they were so close.
Go Claw!
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Be silent.
Close your eyes. Do you fear the dark?
All right, we'll take some weapon mats. All right, let's see. Is this up, or do I need to do Natlands?
Energy levels are increasing.
I think I have to do Natlands. Yeah.
That, my friend, is the world's original symphony. No instrument could ever replicate the sheer power and grandeur of thunder.
At least get some rocks back because we got some weapons we need to deal with. All right, back to Natland. Second verse, same as the first. Oh yeah, Flint's. What is your crit rate on this account? 84. Yours is actually, I think that's higher than my main's, right? It's just the crit damage that's low? Okay. I could have sworn that was lower. My bad. I don't want to, like, I know I'm going to get Primos for it and whatever, but I don't want to get the color purple. I like not having them in the building.
Ever wondered what sea blossoms represent?
Thank you, Ashes. Don't even think about a game. I did not mean to fall, but alright. What? Game? Game. Love how there's some days that the thing wants to work properly and I have zero issues. And then there's other days where I do nothing different and he just flings himself across. Whatever. Or you could be perfectly lined up and then he just gets caught on the lip of the building for some reason. Like, why? Why you do? I knew where I was going, honest. Do-do-do-do. And that too. Like, I don't know how we got caught on that.
Colorful cliffs need more color.
Apparently the cliffs need more color. That sounds like a you problem. Okay, over this way. You just did this. My brain, I swear. Like, I did this on my main. I should know where I'm going. Hit that backwards again. No! No! What the fuck game? Oh my god. Well, gone forever. Hit the damn button and it wouldn't pick it up. Hold up. Did I not go to this part on my main? I actually don't remember crossing the bridge. I don't think I did. Like, I don't remember coming up here. That's alright. Both artifact fruits got scuffed today. That's okay. It happens. It happens. As long as I get some. Oh my god. Game. Could you not be a pile of dicks for 2 seconds, please? Huh, you took damage, but Newbie didn't. Oh no, you must have already had damage taken. I just like... Man, stream is really far behind. Okay. Yeah, it looked like he had taken damage, but I didn't realize he already had HP missing.
Ding dong water bomb!
Observe. Close your eyes.
Alright, to Sumeru. You. Well, little robot just got me some chicken.
Like a lamb to the
You found the game touchy today with movement? Yeah, I'm kind of noticing that.
the jungle.
I think the funnier part is that they can't hit me. So you're not wrong. Game is glitchy with movement. I jump on that same spot every time I do this route. Now granted, I can't fall. I am literally stuck, but I don't think I can get the achievement for the thing. Oh, you actually hit me, you bastard. Now, the good news is I can just do this. I don't have to go up there.
That's close enough.
Welcome.
You are not welcome.
So bad. Like, I really have to question what they're doing in the background to make the game so... I don't want to say unplayable, but less enjoyable.
Go claw! Flash it!
Installation chamber deployed.
Animo test 6308. Absorption test. Animo hypostasis emulation.
No, pick up the meat. Don't try to cook. All right, and then back to Fontaine, because I don't know any other spots off the top of my head, and I'm not gonna bother. Mr. Boots, I know you have one for me. Thank you, Mr. Boots.
skilled at something doesn't make it a hobby.
So, as of right now, let's check sucrose really quick. You just need your... Okay, they're both level 8, so they only need one more level each. So we're also waiting on wolf drops. So 24 can craft 23. Okay, so we would still need a couple to do both Klee and sucrose. Yeah, she's 988, and she needs to be triple crown. So we definitely need to do more of these. So we'll do the 3 for the double drops. And then we'll pick something else to use the rest of it on.
Decay! New life! Still, the wind knows me.
I'm going in! Huh? Pew! La la la! Sparks and blast! Ah!
You got long.
Da, da, da. Da, da, da.
I feel like
Oh, Durin got a level in friendship. He started talking.
the story has only just begun!
Teamwork is dreamwork! Let's light it up!
One with nature. Fallen leaves adorn my night.
Jumpy dumpy go! Ooh.
Really?
Boing boing boing! La la la!
Alright. Got some books. That puts us at how much was it? 110. Okay. So let's take a look at what we've got. I did level the Witsith. And I leveled the other sack frags. Again, I'm not going to touch this until we know we will secure Lauma. Alright, so those are all good. Let's check swords. I have 3 favs leveled, which is good. Sack sword probably should be leveled at some point, but it's not really a priority. And we do have 1 spare, just in case we need something else with ER. Sword, sword, sword. She's protected by the swords. Bow. I leveled the other Favonius for Yehoda. Second sack bow wouldn't be bad, but I can't think of a situation where I would need it immediately. So weapons might actually be okay for right now. Claymore. Yeah, I don't use like many Claymore users. Like this account would have like a couple if Eula gets upgraded, but she wouldn't use Fav. She would use Kevin Bacon here. So that's fine. Polearm. Okay, so the Fab polearm probably needs to go up, so that'd probably be another priority. Um, I'll check how much freedom we have. If we have enough freedom to get Klee to straight 9, and yeah, it's skill and burst for both of them. If we can get them both to like 9s, I'll start doing this with the double drops. I didn't luck out on the transmuter thing. And we still need to farm ruin guards. Okay. That is something we can take care of. This is all open right now too, so I could just go and do that. I'm not gonna. But we do have a third one here for somebody else that can use it. And honestly, if we get actually no, if we get a Scofier, she's probably gonna go on this, if I'm being honest. She could go on Fab, but I think she's gonna go on that. If we get her. Alright, so Fab Lance. Did I is that everything? I think that's everything. So just the Fab Lance. All right, let's check artifacts really quick. That's good. That's good. And it's because of your ER that I'm not getting rid of that. This, however, could be really good for you. Taxan's good. Goblet with a high ER. That's right. We need the goblet. But I can't. This needed the reroll. That's right. And I had nothing else for goblets that had ER, right? That's right, because I can't check for 4 things. No, no, no. That's the highest ER. Although we could lower your ER a little bit. I think it is 140 for C0R0. That's not a 0. C0R0 135 to consistently do 2 mini bursts. Okay. So the 140 should in theory be good. So we could try to play around with not having ER on the goblet. It is the highest piece of his ER, so I need to see how. I mean, that does give high crit rate. Oh, actually, let me. You're gonna take Ineffa's. What does this give you? You're at 133. That is really low. However, the ratio is really good. Ineffa. Okay. Okay, that puts you at 60. So, Flynn's my boy. Attack increased by 10% and energy recharge is increased. So there is energy recharge on the weapon. So we're gonna have to try something.
Explosion inside city wall. Grounded be thy woe. Explosions can
Grounded be thy woe.
hurt people.
Oh my god, I love Klee. So the thing about Flynn's, so on the free-to-play build, I don't necessarily want to do his normal burst. I want to just do his mini bursts. I was having problems actually getting the two
My
regardless.
Will succeed. Ding dong water bomb.
Defensive mode engaged. Preparing for dust up.
Animal test 6308.
Observe. Be silent. Night falls. Observe.
He hit the 80k. So that was the second one.
Blast attack. Stand clear. Enhanced animal model.
Be silent. Do you fear the dark? Observe. Do you fear the dark?
Ultimatum protocol. Cleanup sequence.
Be silent. Observe. Night falls. Do you fear the dark?
Okay.
On this. Blast attack.
Installation chamber.
Animal test 60.
Close your eyes. Observe. Do you fear the dark?
Okay, it's more consistently being in the 70k range now,
Be silent.
with
To dust.
slightly touching the 80. All right. So yes, at 133, he can actually do the two mini bursts. Could you give Eon-san a try rather than Sucrose? Like to see if it works? I can try it. I don't know if I'll be any good at it. But yeah, we can try. And she's on Cinder City plus a Fab, so that's going to help out with energy. So I'm going to, even though the peak was like at 82, I think I saw, we'll say 80k is roughly there. So anywhere between 75 and 80k is what we need to see with Eon-san. We're the boy. We get to take this one. Nerd. Yeah, you can do that. Alright. Eon-san. Don't think I changed anything on her build.
Anyone need a coach? Look, a rainbow!
Defensive mode engaged. Preparing for dust up.
Let's move! Faster, stroke!
Close your eyes. Be silent.
Ding dong water bomb!
Looks to be maybe slightly worse.
Start the clock!
Observe. Be silent. To dust. Observe. Do you fear the dark?
Flash attack!
Cleanup sequence initiated. Ultimatum protocol.
Quick as a flash! On my mark!
Do you fear the dark?
Hey, hit the 70k.
Ding dong water bomb! Control breathing. Form first. Start the clock!
Be silent. Observe. To dust.
like 71K is where I can get it. Which isn't bad. I think that's actually better than Yehoda. Although, let's try the other thing with Yehoda, too. Remember how to exit, Luce. Come on. You know. You know. I have a question. Does this always show the female? Oh. Oh, there was the problem. That's okay. That's okay. Alright, let's check Yehoda. Let me just... Because Yehoda was like 60k DPS on VV. What has higher ER? Oh, you have attack ER. Let me just take stuff from Layla. Okay. You just take this for right now. Oh yeah, your ER is fine. Let's just see if this does anything. I don't know if it will, honestly. But it wasn't too far behind. Yansa wasn't too far behind Sucrose on average. At the high, it was at 71, whereas that was the low end for Sucrose. So let's just see this with Yehoda on Tenacity.
Got work for me. Flash attack!
Defensive mode engaged. Preparing for dust up.
Smash and grab! Hand it out!
Observe. Be silent. To dust. Do you fear the dark?
50k.
Good one! Ding dong!
Cleanup sequence in the...
You're not going anywhere!
Close your eyes. Observe. Night falls. Be silent. To dust.
Okay, yeah. Tenacity is not going to work on Yehoda. So the other thing we can check with Yehoda specifically is her on Silken and Ineffa on the other set. Let me bring up BB. Just so we can get her actual stuff back. Who did you... Is that yours? I think that's yours. I think you took that from Mona. Okay. No. There she is. Okay.
So she's got her BV set back. Let me go to Ineffa. Alright, the question was, what was your offset? I think it was your Sans. Yeah, I think it was your Sans. So we have onset goblet here, and we have onset here for this. And then we put you on Silken. Oh, let me remove Tenacity. Boop. Do have an attack, but it's not leveled. Do I have a healing bonus? No, I have crit rate though. So we're gonna leave you with that. We're gonna have to put you on this. Okay, I see you. We have this for Columbina. No ER on either of these. They're about the same thing, Your Honor. Alright, you can take that one. Your stuff is going to be unleveled, unless we take some of Ineffa's old stuff. Yeah, that's not gonna help you. Alright, that would be yours if we did that. This is Ineffa's. And you'd have this too, actually. So we do have pieces for you, Hoda, if this works. Probably give it a little bit of leeway just because they're not leveled.
Flash attack!
Insulation chamber deployed. Ultimatum protocol.
You're my target! I never...
Observe. Close your eyes.
Okay.
Go claw!
Defensive mode engaged.
Good job, Yehoda.
Binders!
Be silent.
Chew on this! Flash!
Cleanup sequence initiated. Preparing for dust up.
You're not going anywhere!
Observe. Close your eyes.
Okay, yeah, that's not the sauce.
Observe.
Which is really funny. The only reason I'm finding that interesting, and it's the problem I've been having with Ineffa, is like Ineffa's doing like significantly less damage with the other set. And her pieces are pretty good. Which honestly makes me want to put Bina on that set instead of Silken. Because, like, where's Ineffa? Okay, her crit rate went down, so I think that's the issue. And you have a crit damage circlet. We have a crit rate one here. What is the crit rate? Well, quit wait one put you at? Not to riff on the crit damage front, but they have the same crit damage. We do want... That's too good. That's fine. Goblet could be better, but... You lose attack here. That's the other thing. We do lose attack from that, but she's still at 2,300. So we could try that. Flynn's, if you change weapons with... She's at 72, so that's actually not bad. And you're at 90. How much do you lose if you trade weapons with Ineffa? You're at 81. And you're at 81. Hold up, wait a minute. Alright, this still might be, like, piss poor, you know, 50k DPS, because Yehoda's stuff is not leveled. Like, we gotta take that into consideration.
Look, a rainbow!
Annihilation mode. Installation chamber.
You're my target!
Blast, go blam, blam.
Close your eyes. Observe. Night falls. Be silent. Do you fear the dark?
53.
Smash and grab!
Observe. To dust.
52. Which is roughly what it was doing before, right?
Do you fear the dark?
56. Okay. So, I mean, like, Yehoda can work. It's just iffy. It's just iffy. So let's go back to Eonson for a second. So let me... So, Ineffa, you need to go back on the other build. Keep the pole arm. This was offset per sec. Let me... You had this one, I believe. Yeah. And then you had this, and this, this. You already had that. Okay. So she is at 99 crit rate. She's at 100, effectively. Hold up. With Silken. Let me give Yehoda back her stuff so I don't, like, lose it. That was yours. I believe this was yours. ER crit rate. I think I actually had you on that. Like, that's way better ER, but crit rate, she's on Fav. She's on your favorish. You also had an offset, so I'm just gonna keep you with that. That's fine. Okay, you're back on PD. That's fine. Oh, let me check Eonson. Eonson, did I do anything to you? Like, you are on the R3 Fav. You are armed 4-piece Cinder City. Okay, to be real, I should level that for Eonson. So I will sack some stuff to do that because it is better. Depending on how it rolls, it needs... That's already bad. That's already bad. You get until 12. It's already bad. It's already bad. And it is dead. It is dead. However, that is a 4-line start, so it's not bad for Eonson at all. So I'm probably going to just hold on to it. And then these two are glowing, so it has crit rate, ER, and attack. Yeah. Okay. No upgrade for me. On the account that needs it most. Alright, let's put back Eneons on.
Let's get started. Look, a rainbow!
Preparing for dust up.
Let's move! Quick as a...
Close your eyes. Observe. Nightfall.
Okay.
Defensive mode engaged.
Faster, stronger, start the...
Close your eyes. To dust.
75. That's good.
Be silent. Do you fear the dark?
Ding dong, water!
Annihilation mode.
On my...
Close your eyes. To dust. Night falls.
Okay. That's not too bad. Flipping the weapons on Flynn's and Ineffa is actually good. Alright, let's go back to Sucrose. This actually does change things. I need to get the polearm. The polearm billets. Hello, welcome in. I'm just doing some damage testing on my Flynn's. Where is Sucrose?
I want to help.
Just doing some damage testing. This is my free-to-play account, so a lot more homework is needed to be done.
Flash attack!
Ultimatum protocol.
Absorption test. Stand clear.
Be silent. Close your eyes. To dust. Be silent. Do you fear the dark?
Chew on this.
Okay.
Look!
Installation check.
Animal test 6308.
Do you fear the dark?
5.
Close your eyes. Nightfall.
80k, good.
Claw. Flash it.
Preparing for dust up.
Absorption test.
Be silent.
Yeah, okay.
Observe. To dust.
83. Alright, so with the change up that I did for Flynn's and Ineffa, also very good. I wasn't expecting that to fix Ineffa's problem just by easily just cranking up her crit rate. And by cranking, I mean literally just giving her a low crit rate weapon that was on Flynn's. Flynn's crit rate didn't really change at all. It went down to 81, but because of the passive on the polearm, it actually works really well. Sucrose still beats out Eonson, but Eonson did manage to barely hit the 80k. So, yeah, Eonson can work with Flynn's. What would you recommend? I will not guarantee I will do it, but you can recommend it. So, yeah, that's actually really interesting. And Ineffa, what does that put you at? Yeah, she's literally like at 100% crit rate. With the 184. God damn, I see my numbers. Her ER, I think it makes her burst every other rotation, which is fine. Which I think is fine. Electric charge damage and lunar charge damage. Moonlight sign, additional damage. Yeah. Now, this actually also has higher base attack. Yeah, Flynn's was doing better with this. Alright, I don't have access to my items, so let's head to Fontaine really quick. Okay. Oh, yeah, I was on Clee's team for the domain. So, I need... I need 4. I have enough billets here to convert. Right? No, I'm 1 off. That's a claymore. That's not a spear. That's a spear. Okay. And being enough of teams with Flynn's, you use Sucrose E right before and after Flynn's for VV uptime. Not sure if that's also good with just Ino. I'm not really sure about that either, but I can try it at some point. Also, like, I'm not gonna take too much calculation with VV uptime for Ino, only because this Ino is like C2. So she's not even really optimal for Flynn's. She's better than Sing Cho, but Sing Cho Flynn's is so bad. I hated it. Alright, how many solvents do I have? Because I did use them, right? Or was that on my main? Ah, nuts. Okay, so we have the issue that I only have 9. So I can only convert, well, I could convert all of them because it needs 2 if I even had another one. Oh, wait. Oh, you're not the good one. God dang it. I could get the polearm from it. It's just not the one I need. I would have to convert it. So...
These bombs, so
Hey, Charles. How
heavy.
you doing? Either way, this fight is not going to be good. I really don't want to do them. So, that being said, I was originally checking out the roster. Go to the character menu. Thank you.
These bombs, so heavy.
Chongyun would be alright for some cryo shenanigans. Because I have no cryo DPS right now. And all depending on Rumor Mill. If it turns out that the character's slated to get buffs like Jean might be viable. I don't think Dahlia would replace Mika for Eula. Hmm. I have Eula, so he's mini Eula. So, unfortunately, he doesn't work for what I need, because Eula doesn't work for what I need. So, for anyone new, with my free-to-play account, I started this account when the Chronicle Wish originally came out, and I was like, oh, this should actually be really good for starting account because everything's in Mondstadt, so you didn't really have to worry about not being able to level your characters.
Or not.
And you had solid 4-stars in the mix. You had Bennett, you had Fischl, you had Sucrose. I got none of those. When I rolled on that Chronicle Wish, I did manage like a C2 Kaya,
Ow!
so I can't complain about that.
Come from?
And I went for Klee because I really like Klee. Klee is one of my favorite characters. And because I started the game so late, I started originally in Fontaine anyway. I was like, I'm never going to get her because she wasn't rerunning. And then that happened. I was like, okay, well, we'll try to get her on the free-to-play account. And I lost to Eula. So flash forward to when the last time it happened, this past patch, I lost to Eula again and had to farm the hell out of the map to get Klee. Now, with the Hexarai buffs, Klee has potential to be a really solid DPS for this account. Unfortunately, the thing that bit me in the ass was trying to find DPSs I didn't have on my main that I wanted to play. And Klee withstanding, like, I'm still trying to understand Klee. So I'm very clunky with her. The only DPS I got that I don't regret on this account, because I actually like playing them and they're just a lot of fun for me, is Chaska. I don't like Plunge, so Varessa was kind of a mistake, but at the same time, like, my husband plays this account too and can play Varessa just fine, so I don't mind having her here. But for me, I feel that that was a mistake. Flynn's was an accident because I was going for Lauma. Lost Lauma. Guarantee came 10 pulls later on Flynn's because I was going for Ino. Yeah, Eula should get buffed too. And that's the thing. Like, the thought process I had was just like, I wanted something different and whatever from my main. And nothing was going right. Like, I've had some serious bad luck on this account. Don't get me wrong. And the rumors of the next chunk of the Knights of Favonius basically getting buffed, Eula included, it's like, man, this account is a weird-ass time capsule because I didn't start in 1.x, but I've been going after the older characters to experience them. So I honestly shouldn't be too hard on myself with the account just because I wanted a different experience and different characters that I did find enjoyable during the story. So that's fine, but I do have regret pulls on this account, Mualani being one of them. Yes and no on Varessa because, again, I don't like Plunge. And Durin. Durin might actually get redeemed, don't get me wrong. Durin could get redeemed at some point. But for right now with my account, the reason I got him doesn't work. And that was Mualani. So he makes me sad. Right now, with the current build I have, he doesn't do great with Klee. And again, that's just the build I have. So there's got to be tweaking somewhere that I can do or potentially get at some point to make it a little bit better and whatever. But I do know Durin is a solid support with Hexarai. I just needed to function. Instead of Sucrose. We could try that. I haven't tried that yet. My Durin isn't exactly Terrif. I think he's on like 2Ps, right? Oh no, he's on the Hexarai one. That's right. Because we were farming for Klee. So he's got a really crappy makeshift build right now. In terms of actually, you're not wrong. Because I have him on Lion's Roar. We can try that. And he should be good for Chaska. I have yet to be able to do that. I did find out my Chaska can hit the 80k DPS threshold, just barely. But she can hit it if she's with Fiorina, Eonson, and Bennett. That's a lot of fucking buffing to do that. Hello, welcome in. Yes, I do have Chaska on my free-to-play account. And she was probably the best pickup because she's the most fun I've had on this account in a long time. But again, I'll show the ups and downs of this account. Just give me a second. I'm going to... Aw, Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I'm just going to hit the restroom super, super quick. So I will be right back. I'm back. All right, so yeah, we can try Durin just to see. And this could be it's like anything that's going to touch that roughly the 80K. Eon-san came very close. It wasn't consistent, but she could do it.
Hello, everyone. I'm Durin.
Hi, Durin. We all say hi to Durin. He's trying to make friends.
Look, a rainbow!
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Ultimatum protocol. The story has only just begun.
Be silent. Observe. Do you fear the dark?
Yeah, 60K with Durin. That's not bad. Yeah, my controller's not. 70? Okay.
Ding dong!
I see you, Durin.
Stay back. Decay.
Be silent. Observe. Close your eyes.
76. Because Durin's doing a reaction, could I put him on Cinder City? I love it. You all said hi to Durin. So cute. I can't do instructor. I don't have enough pieces. I haven't been hoarding them. At least I don't think I do. But would instructors be better than over Cinder City? I can see. I don't remember if I've been porting them or not. I started to on my main. You don't think it would be worth it, honestly? I have 10. Couple feathers, couple, and a hat. Ugh. And I do have its attack here. The odds of me actually having attack is... Well, that's going to be the other problem, too. Eon-san does hold, my Fav. Granted, her crit's not terrific, but... I mean, I guess we could try it on Durin, too. Durin's stuff is not that great. Alright, let's try... This is probably the best piece you... That's right! I got the 27 ER! You can hold that, Durin. Let me just check. I've never seen anybody try this, but at the same time, people going, oh, let's put a Scofier on Cinder City. And me now understanding why. We can look at Cinder City really quick, right? I mean, we could snake stuff from Auroron too, so let's just do that. That's on Shongers, but that's okay. Let's put you at no crit rate. You should have crit rate, if I'm being honest, because you don't have a crit rate weapon. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it could be better than Cinder since the buffs lunar reactions. Yeah. Have a lot of instructor thing. Yeah, I was very happy to see that. I've been starting to collect them on my main to try to do some instructor shenanigans should I deem it necessary, but have yet to find it necessary. But yeah, I'm curious. Let's see. Durin was hitting 70k. Blech. I cannot talk today. Alright, Durin, let's just see what you do with Cinder City. I'm just very, very curious. Hi, Ineffa. What you doing? The characters are doing their steppies lately.
Look, a rainbow!
Annihilation mode.
Decay! New life!
Be silent. Observe. Do you fear the dark?
Alright, 58. 2,
Be
1,
silent. To
go.
dust.
4.
Installation chamber.
Stay back! A turning point!
Close your eyes. To dust.
70k, okay. So it's doing about the same amount?
Falls.
75. Wait, so I think it's just above what the other one was. You have your Yanton on instructor for Malvika team? That's part of the struggle. Ah. Okay, so, we'll try it. Again, we gotta keep in mind that some stuff might not be leveled. And in which case, because I know people do run instructor Ino, I have not Ino on Noble S. Because I had stuff leveled. Alright, Durin, can you take back your stuff, please? That's not what you had, but... Durin. There we are. Where is your Sans? Is that your Sans? No, that's your Sans. That's right, you couldn't have crit rate, cause I didn't get one. That's No, Cleat doesn't have one. I never got one. We don't look at that crit ratio. Oh boy. Yeah, because you have a Sitlali on Cinder City, right? Yonson. Alright. Honestly, I would like you to keep this. Because you are holding Favonius. We have an attack. Attack. Nothing that has attack. Oh, yeah, that crit rate is awful. But, we'll run with it. We'll run with it. Honestly, her ER is kind of bad, too. I got nothing for level 10. What? How dare you, Meliastra?
Anyone need a coach?
Accelerating.
Look, a rainbow!
Defensive mode engaged. Ultimatum protocol.
Let's move!
Control breach.
Observe. Be silent. Night
I
falls.
love how my button didn't press.
Observe.
Ding dong!
Annihilation mode.
Faster, stronger! On my move!
Be silent. Observe. To dust.
Cinder City was better. Now, this might actually be because those pieces are not leveled, but it's about a 10k DPS difference at the highest that she got. But on the upside, if I have to use Sucrose somewhere else, yeah, Sucrose was doing the best, but there's two other options in terms of just straight up DPS to buff Flynn's. But a safe route is also Yehoda, who's unfortunately done the least, but that is what it is. I mean, for funsies, we can see what happens with Baiju. Why would you put Codex on a Yansan? No, that is yours. You capture that. Yeah, that looks right. That looks right. All right, for shenanigans shake. I don't know why I cannot talk today. All right, just for funsies, let me put in Baiju. So Baiju's stuff right now isn't really gonna do much because he's also on Noble S. But I mean, I could put him on. Well, that's just up the attack. So I was gonna say I could put him on Song.
Look, a rainbow!
Installation chamber deployed. Preparing for dust up.
Remember, health comes first. Close your eyes. Be silent. Close your eyes. To dust.
Kerplunk! Flash attack!
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Observe. Night falls.
Now, granted, I know this is mostly Ineffa and Flynn's doing shit. Okay, I know that. Baiju's not doing jack shit, okay? Just again, for funsies, we threw Baiju in here. This is doing more DPS than Mualani. That is sad. Problem with Yehoda, you don't get the sending gleam bonus because the team is full of Nogcry. Yeah, and there's no way around that either. There really is no way around that. All right, so let me just see this for a sec too. How would I run this? I guess let's try Durin in the place of Bennett in case I needed to run Bennett elsewhere, right?
Hello, everyone. I'm Durin.
Hi, Durin. So it would be you, Charlotte, because I don't have a Escoffier, Fiorina, and Chaska.
The breeze is restless today.
So just curious. All right, Fiorina, you need to go first.
Time to shine. Truth bomb. Sick.
The story has only just begun.
Take me up.
30k, 40, 50,
Open fire.
50.
Fire in the hole. Strike a pose. Yeah. Let my name echo in song.
Decay! New life!
Ha! Bullseye. Locked on.
So this setup actually does around the average that some of my other team comps do. Okay. I mean, obviously it would make sense to just do the whole buffing on her. Like, there's no reason not to get fancy with it. But I can't always just throw all my buffers onto one character. So, but even just a little bit. Oh, shit. There's no way around that. There is no way around that, because Yansan's healing is not enough for Fiorina. I mean, what if we did... No, Chev's not enough pyro, is she? I don't think she is.
A little extra training never hurts. Ah, I'm all warmed up.
Durin, Mona, and Neffa? We could try that too. I'm just doing shenanigans at this point.
Let the world come alive! Hands where I can see 'em.
I hit the wrong button.
Start the clock! Take me up! Locked on! Locked on!
I mean... She hit the 80k with the overload. Okay. I mean, again, I would be using 2 buffers, but it gives an excuse to use Chev if I needed to. Okay. That's a thing. Oh, I can't get that because it's blocked by the battle pass. Okay, I see. I see how it is. No, unfortunately. I think she's like C2 on this account. C2 to C4. It's somewhere around there. All right, so we want
Hello,
Durant, or actually,
Durant.
if you said what, Ineffa? Okay, hang on. We want
Please
Ineffa,
select target for cleanup sequence.
Mona,
This is how it must be.
and Dolwyn.
Increasing our combat strength? I'll do my best.
He didn't say hi. Oh, this is going to be... Well, this is going to be very, very scuffed, no matter what I do, so...
Installation chamber.
Shadows of fate. Decided by
I meant to do burst first.
The story has only just begun! What?
Annihilation mode.
Ha! Open fire. Bullseye. Locked on. Open fire.
Knock him down.
Stay back! A turning...
Delve into destiny. Written in the stars. Let's fly. Open fire. Bullseye.
Cleanup sequence in the...
Stay back!
Preparing for dust up.
Okay, game. Game. He does his best. He does do his best. Let's see. Durin and Neffa first, which is what I was doing. And then go into Mona. Yeah. And that's the thing, like with Mona, I think you want to burst first with Mona and then tap like 3 times or something like that, and then go into the DPS. At least that's what I was told for Clee, but I don't know. Let's do Ineffa first. It's because we would want the shield first, right?
A turning point in fate!
Decided by destiny. Shadows
1,
of fate.
2, 3, 4.
Take me up. Locked on.
This is just me with like the ensemble.
Hold on to your hats.
Leave it to me! The story has only just...
Installation chamber deployed.
Yeah, Mona's ER is a little bit scuff.
Open fire.
But I will say the damage is kind of surprising to me.
Fire. Locked on.
Hitting the 60k, that's not bad. For this account, that ain't bad. And let me check the chef con. She's anywhere between C2 and C4. She is C1. I am wrong. My main has C3 to C4. So yeah, like, Chef Good, unfortunately, have not been able to roll on a banner that's had her rated up. Is there anything else I wanted to, like... Is there anything else I wanted to, like, test? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. So for right now, we're just going to set this back up to the Flynn's team. I hit the wrong button again.
Let me down, Kerplunkatron.
pleasure to fight by your side.
Well, now you're mixing up accounts. I mean, I'm mixing up my own account, so I can't talk. What's your best Klee team? Right now, to get the best out of her, it's Shilonen, Klee, Mona, and Fiorina. It's the highest damage we've seen from her, but again, Klee's not really done. I can show you my build on Klee right now. We're working on talents right now. I've been taking a break from farming artifacts and stuff. Horse! Right in the field division. So right now this is Klee's split. Again, I don't have Lost Prayer. She's on the Wit Sith right now. So it's definitely work in progress. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's yeah, who did I miss? Because it's Shilonen, Klee, Mona, and Fiorina. Those are the those are the three that are with her. Need that C1 for Klee first. Yeah. So we're close to that. She's on Temper Thyself, so we'll get that. And these are her artifacts that she has right now, which honestly, like, they're not bad. They're not the best, but they're not the worst. And yes, I did make the goblet for her so we could actually get a crit rate headpiece onto her. Chronicle, I was wondering. Putting a Ineffa with Klee? I mean, honestly, to be perfectly honest, like, I would love to have a shield on Klee. My issue is that if I'm running Abyss, is like this Abyss, for an example. Since I don't have cryo, I would actually probably have to try to brute force something with Flynn's, and we need Ineffa with Flynn's. And that's the biggest issue I've been running into, because Ineffa is way too effing good at what she does that I don't want to take her away from Flynn's. Because I don't really have another option to put with Flynn's. So that becomes the problem. Like, running around and doing, like, dailies or weekly bosses and stuff like that, that's fine. But I have to keep in mind that the whole point is trying to create at least 2 different teams for the Abyss, with, like, 1 floating team, perhaps. But actually, no. Well, I do think Mona is on the prototype Amber because of Fiorina. Yeah, you're on P Amber. Yeah, I've tried Fischl with Klee. The overload pisses me off so much. Like, I've tried this on, like, Overworld and stuff like that. Overload really messes me up. My Fischl also is only C1, C2? Is only C2, so she's not a very good solid pick for that. The other problem with Flynn's is that, like, if I stick with Sucrose, for an example, even putting in Fischl, you are literally running sustainless on Flynn's, and that's not a good time. That ain't a good time. All right, but we can try this with Klee. I don't think we did try this at all, but we can try. You, we need Rena. Furina.
Magnificent!
Furiri.
Yeah, let's go on a big adventure.
Oh, you're Sucrose. You're not Ineffa.
Commencing task.
We're not swirling anything, so I think Ineffa would still have to go first just to get the shield.
Cleanup
So go Blam.
Annihilation mode.
Although, you know what? Fiorina probably could have gone first to... No, because it doesn't matter with... I did that wrong. Okay. Nope. Game. You're gonna sit here and think about what you've done. I hit R2. Yeah, it's not gonna do anything to the lunar damage. So Furina going second is fine.
Isolation chamber deployed. Preparing for dust up.
Let the world come alive! Decided by destiny. Shadows of fate.
1, 2, 3, 4. Complete.
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Let my name echo in song, written in the stars. Delve into destiny. Blow them all up. Jumpy dumpy go.
There is a significant delay when I'm trying to do stuff right now. Alright. Again, I'm still trying to learn Klee, so... let me just double check. What was it with, so she hit around 65-ish. And what was it with Shilonen? What was it with Shilonen? I don't need to change anything. Start. My Shilonen.
Is it time to go?
Letting brave names echo. Time to shine. Strike a pop. Fate is upon you. Sparks and flash. Boom. Hi-ya. Boom. Hi-ya.
I did something wrong.
Bring it. Let the mountain's veins boil. Shower me with praise. Let the world come alive. Decided by destiny. Let me scry. Boom! Blow them all up. Pew! Boom!
Yeah, Ineffa definitely does do at least 10k more DPS-ish. Maybe a little bit more, but again, that's like the wheelchair of Ineffa. It's around 42 to 45k DPS with the current Klee team. And as I mentioned, I'm still trying to learn Klee as best I can. And that's going to take a minute. That's going to take a hot minute. Alright, let's get out of Miliastra. Gonna not cry. I never spent the rest of my Merzen. Because I'm silly. Alright, Alright, let's condense it. We'll condense it. It's fine.
Add Astro. Thank you for complete.
Alright. Okay. Do we have a wish over here? We have a single pull. And we made it to 50 pity. And where are we at for 4-star? Could get early. We'll see. And away we go. Nope. Just a blue. Again, just trying to get her possibly passively. I don't think within 7 days I will get enough wishes to get to the 5-star. So I don't mind building up a little bit of pity because one, I use Charlotte. Charlotte's only like C2, and Dahlia's only like C2 as well. So not a bad thing trying to get those 4 stars at some point. But if I did get an Escoffier, it would be kind of a big deal because she is excellent for off-field cryo and an excellent healer and stuff like that. So it would be nice, but I won't cry if it doesn't happen. And if we don't get to see a 5-star before the banners flip, we'll just hold on to everything we get for Lauma. Because I think Lauma's going to be not necessarily necessity, but I think it's going to help out a lot. And then the other one we got to watch out for is Columbina. Since I was not playing at the time of Columbina's release. Playing this account. Rephrase. Playing this account. So a couple things just to refresh and just kind of remind myself of this. I can't be too hard on this account because of what I originally wanted to do. And that was get some of the older characters to have a different kind of play experience, or even some of the newer characters, because this account has Natlan DPSs. My main doesn't. And as I said, Chaska's the only one I've actually had fun with. I can't say anything about Malvika because I lost her twice. So I can't be too hard. Now, what I will say that is excellent, and we'll try to figure out how to get some billets. My biggest issue is just the drop rate of them. They're so bad. And getting the one you want, F that. Do you know what I mean? So that's going to be problematic. However, I do want to refine this. And frankly, I think I'm okay with just using solvents to get what I need. So you know what? I think I gotta talk to the blacksmith anyway. This one's actually kind of useless, so we're gonna grab the polearm. Well, I can't say it's kind of useless. I do have rightful reward. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I need a workbench. Boop, boop. Like, okay, game. I say game, but it's mind navigation. I'm just gonna blame the game. All right, this is the one we want. There we go. I have one little solvent left. But I should have more than enough crystals to actually do this. Down, dang it. It honestly baffles me a lot of the quality of life that the other 2 games, so ZZZ and Honkai Star Rail, have gotten, and Genshin gets none of it. We keep clamoring for things, and the other games get it, but Genshin doesn't. And it really baffles me as to why.
If I could just apply this discovery to
He who wishes to
Theater,
peer
I
into the
think
abyss
stage 6
needs
or
simply
8
to wander
gives
through
the
Nodcry
billet.
on a misty night.
I did do theater.
The march of the wild hunt will be sure to drag him into the darkness.
Trying to remember if I had enough characters to get all that. But it's alright. I have solvents. I'll use them. Because honestly, I should be forced to fight the bosses. If I'm being perfectly honest. Oh yeah. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oops. Talk to me again. I need to pick them up from the forge. Alright, so we got an R5.
If I could just apply this
And
discovery.
even if we do switch Flynn's to a different weapon at some point, like if I get a Jade Spear or something like that, that will go back onto Ineffa. All right, but that is gonna do it for me today. I am very happy with the progress on Flint's. I was actually kind of curious about that. I was like, okay, he's at 81, which is roughly what my Flint's is at on my main, really. And then now just bumping his crit damage just to over 200. Awesome. And his ER does balance out to get the two mini bursts. I just got to try not to do the whatchamacallit, the normal burst. Hey, Noble, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Wait, what? Wait, that was 80 follows? Holy! I didn't even realize I was that close. But thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. So yeah, Flynn's got significantly better. And then Ineffa, the fact that Ineffa is sitting basically at 100% crit rate is wild. So she can burst every other rotation, which is fine. And her little robot's just going zap, zap, zap. So she's good. And honestly, like she's a little bit low on attack. I think she needs 2,300. But I can't complain. She also has the higher base attack weapon. So, yeah, that's actually excellent. And plus, some of the team comps we tried, yeah, it didn't hit the 80K that I've been trying to like get the threshold for, because that is the comfort zone I have on my main. Because again, my Zabai team was like around 88K, I think, and she cleared fine. So that's kind of where I'm comfy at. I'm kind of curious what the actual DPS threshold is, and if somebody with more skill than me actually could do it. Because again, there is a difference between skill issue and account not doing so good. So this might actually be an instance of a little from column A, a little from column B, because like if we can utilize Chaska in a way and use Flynn's, I might be able to do the Abyss. But we can see. We'll see at some point. But tomorrow we'll be back just trying to move it along, trying to figure this out. I'll be on my main too. Not too much to do on my main right now, just pre-farming for Lauma. So, again, I gotta get it out of my head that I can't get the same kind of characters. I'm going to have a different experience regardless, because the amount of investment in them is going to be vastly different. How did I get 88K with Zabai? Zabai, Zhongli, Columbina, and C6 Aluga. Zabai also has Chiori's weapon. Because I lost when I went after Shalodin. So yeah, that's literally the threshold. I think the lowest, that was the highest I could get her. I think on average the low end was like 81 maybe. That should still be higher. Oh yeah. This is the thing, like Zabai, I literally threw what I had on hand that was decent for her. And obviously, like, Goro would make that number probably better than Zhongli. I have a C6 Goro, but he's only level 40. So a chunk of damage probably comes from that boost. And of course, they would go up if I was to get Linnea. So there's a couple things playing into that, but I think in that team, Yeah, and that team, Columbina's not rolling any Silken. That's on Iluga. But yeah, we can play around with some of my characters on my main tomorrow in Miliastra and just get a vagueness of what I'm looking for. And when again, there's a different threshold to it. Because I am a low spender on my main, primarily BP Welcome, but I do swipe when I want to and can afford to. But this is completely free to play, and the fact that the fact that Ineffa looks like this is actually decent. The fact that Flynn's looks like this, honestly, I'm kind of surprised. And I don't have the Jade Spear. Now imagine what would happen if I did have the Jade Spear. I think his crit rate would actually be, or his main, or if his sig, actually it's the same. So he would be running almost around the same as Ineffa. I love Ineffa. I was glad I picked her up when she came out at the end of Natlan. One, because it introduced the lunar stuff, and I was like, okay, it's what? The Torres Electro and Water, my main is Nuvolette, say less! So yeah. We'll work on stuff tomorrow again, and I hope to see everybody there. But until then, take care, everybody. Have a wonderful afternoon. I am going to go grab a snack. I'll see you guys tomorrow. The Flint is better than your my main when I take the weapon off. I'll take that as a compliment. Take care, everybody.